Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
Still not shaved. I was planning on shaving today, and then I dropped a glass. And if you drop a glass in the morning, it's like, okay, well, shit, I guess there goes my morning. You drop a glass, and it's just, okay, well, it's going to take me a half an hour to get this kind of cleaned up. The shatter pattern was wild. Like, I think that most glass products these days are, like, made out of, like, shatter-resistant, like, glass. Where it's like, okay, the way that the glass is shaped makes it so that it tends to break into large shards. Like, most things that I've broken in the last 10 years, which, admittedly, there's only been, like, 2 or 3. I don't drop glasses frequently. But, like, most of the time it's like, okay, it's big shards and then a couple of little, smaller shards. This time it was like fucking powder, right? It's like, boom, drop the glass. It is a bunch of big shards. Not even, actually, no big shards. Just like moderate sized shards. A shit ton of little shards. And then like powder and tiny slivers. It's a goddamn nightmare. That room is going to be a fucking trap for a while. So, speaking of traps, when last we left off, we were going to go into this library, which I guess doesn't have any traps in it, does it? But the library itself is a trap. We'll go with that. So today I think we're going to pop over to Iron Fist. I've been thinking about it. And the more that I think about it, the more I am just like, you know what? No, we're going to go straight into the library and get the library done. Because it's an interesting challenge that... Oh, there's a new update. Okay. It's an interesting challenge that I think will be fun to engage with. I think that that'll be a good thing to do immediately rather than waiting a little bit. Just because I think it's like, okay, well, we have the ability to save twice. We have the ability to like do all this stuff. I think that we make it work because we've been moving further and further away because of the way that like the bolster system works and because of the way that all these different things interact. I've been moving further and further away from like the super rigid like movement rule sets and things like that where it's like you have to go to this location at this time, right? That stuff, like the scheduling of it has been way more loosey-goosey. And in some ways that's good and fun, but in other ways, like I miss some of that element. So I think that it'll be nice to take advantage of the fact that we have the more loosey-goosey travel requirements in order to go, okay, we're leaning in hard on probably the most difficult thing that I have access to right now. I think that this dungeon is probably going to be the hardest dungeon that we currently have available. And we'll just lean into getting into there and doing a bit of murder. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be popping off. So first thing that we need to do is we need to get back. Let's take a look. We have the ability to train to 32. We want to make this. We might want to make as good an attempt at this as possible. Is there anything that we can do? No, I don't think that there's anything that we can do. I think this is just going to come down to skill. Like legitimately, this is going to come down to skill and preparation with getting the food. If we could get up to 30 food, then we could actually make this more consistent, I think. But outside of that, I don't... Because I actually don't know... I don't know why I need to climb up this. I actually don't know if Words. I don't know if I'm going to have full clearance. I don't know if I'm going to get to 65% with just 2 saves. That'll allow me to clear 3 levels.
Anchors away.
I suspect that 3 levels will fairly consistently get me to where I'm going, but it might not. And if it doesn't, then we'll have invested an enormous amount of time into making no actual tangible progress in the run. But we'll have learned a lot. If we can figure out how to consistently get the Sahagin to stay on the bottom level,
Need a ride? Hitch up the horses.
then that would be really clutch. It's currently Sunday. We could go to the arena today. And I guess we might as well. Let's see here. We can go... We need to go get food, because we're completely out of food. And do we have anything else that we need to do? We can try to do the night level arena. We may even succeed at it. And it's not the highest level place that we're at right now. But the arena isn't stuff that we're consuming. This is like extra EXP, basically. There's no downside to doing this, I think. I think that this just increases our bolster level overall, so we should do the arena at night level. Right now. The earlier we get this kind of stuff done, the better for us. Okay, we have a wyvern here, which is a problem. Okay, we got the wyvern down. Okay, we have... Oh, that did nothing. So some of these are fairly weak. And most of them are melees, so this should... Oh, wow, this is... Okay. Dungeon completed. Okay. That was... really easy. Now that we're starting to accumulate some actual, like, damage output, we should be able to clear through the night arena pretty consistently, I think. So, that's finished. And that's going to give us some extra EXP. So this will be a nice extra source of EXP over the course of the game. Probably not give it us too much, but it'll give us something. Okay, we can go to New Sorpigal with this. And that means that we aren't going to consume food getting to New Sorpigal. So in New Sorpigal, we have the ability to go to these trees, but I don't think we have enough of them. Where am I going? What is happening? I don't know why I started walking the wrong direction. I know this town so intimately, and I walked exactly the wrong direction. Okay, so we have... There's less than 10, right? There's not 10 trees. So we're not going to get the food up to 30. That's not a thing that we're going to do here. It would be nice, but it's not... And we need 30. Any in-between number doesn't matter. Usually it would give us some extra saves once we've cleared enough, but I think you can't get in the green in the dungeon. I think that every enemy is close enough to the entire rest of the dungeon. Like, there is a decent amount of verticality to the dungeon, but I don't think it's enough to make it happen. Let's see. I think I'm going to train now. I'll train in Rave. I'll train here. It seems like they've removed the training level limits, which is nice. I could be wrong. It might just be
How about some
the bolster.
Okay.
So, next on our agenda is hopping over here. Let's take a look. Do we have enough skill to do anything of value here? We can get master in that. I'm wondering what we want to get mastery in next. I don't know what I want to get mastery in next. So you probably should just invest into your primary skills. I don't need to get alchemy until I can get to GM. So, yeah, I think that we can just invest into these. I'm going to invest into them equally because no one skill is singularly relevant for the elementalists because they're spamming, they're spiraling through them each time. Let's see, we can go with dark magic if we want. Do we want to do that? Yes, we're gonna pump our damage output, and you just you're basically a one skill creature right now. Now, Jungle Fowl should maybe get expertise in something. We could get up to Expert Mind right off the bat here, which would allow us to cast Meditation with them instead. Because we already have the spell equipped. They're not equipped, but we have the spell available. So that's a thing we could do, which would allow us to move some of the stuff off of Goose. Do you have Fate? You do have Fate. So I could have you learn Spirit. I guess I could get both. Not right now, though. I don't think I can get it right now. Let's try. No, not quite. But pretty close. So we could probably do it with horseshoes. So we need to get the Spirit boosted. There we go. So we've got Spirit up to Expert. And that will mean that we should probably cast that on you. So Goose is going to stop using Fate, and we're going to start using Fate on you. So the two of you both will have some of your mana dedicated to keeping some buffs up, rather than it all being one person's responsibility. We need to get to Expert Dragon, but it's going to be a while because we have a lot of stuff to get through in my Magic 8 before that happens. Let's see. We haven't turned in the Prophecies of the Snake yet. What day is it today? It's Friday. Do I have to wait until Tuesday for Friday? Jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. So we are going to, I guess, get to Sunday. And then from Sunday, we get to the arena? No. I think actually, we could do instead of doing the Endless Arena, we could just do the Night Arena. Let's do that. Because the Endless Arena, we weren't successful in just now. Oh, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just free experience. So we'll do the Night Level Arena here. Okay, we have archers. It's all well and good. We just fully whiffed because we're cool like that. Okay. We have a lot of ranged users. Okay. Oh, okay, so somebody got hit at some point. I wasn't paying attention. Ooh. Oop! I am... You know, it's no wonder that I broke a cup today. I'm very clumsy. That one's toast. Wait, what? Oh, the any gets overwritten each time. Okay, we're gonna need to change that. I actually think we missed on all those attacks. I'm not willing to reload for that. But I'm glad that we came here first because this is like just like an unimportant arena thing, and now we can go out of here and save the game, and go change the any back. Basically, when the issue is that the any gets overwritten every time I update. So we are once we've completed our 5 night victories, we are never coming back to night. We'll be using exclusively the Thingamabobers. It's Tuesday. Perfect. That's excellent. I love that for me. Okay. So, unfortunately, the Might and Magic 8 arena takes forever to get to and back from. It's like 10 days. Like, is it? Because it's 9 days? Because it's a Tuesday and it started on a Sunday?
Come aboard.
Which is
Anchors
weird,
away.
actually. Which is weird. It's not the same distance there and back, apparently. Okay, so we're gonna pop down and we can get started on the library. Oh. Cool. Okay. So we need to get the infused metal rod. And all that other jazz. Okay, so the uplifted library is here. We can save this under caster save. We have 20 food, right? Alright. We're actually going to do another save with us having moved our inventory over. Idle the snake. Okay. So, luckily there won't be that much loot that we have to deal with here. So, we'll see how this goes. Fuck. Not a great start. Not an auspicious start. Damn, I'm fucking this up. Okay, that's definitely not how to do it. Let's see. Okay. Oh, right. I didn't change the innie. Let's change the innie now. Okay, so that would have been bad. So go to data, no, not data files, it's scripts. General ZZ. Disable trigger. Okie dokie. Alright, so we shouldn't have any projectiles coming out. Okay, that's interesting. A little bit surprising. So I was apparently not out of line of sight. Shit. For that. I might have gotten hit by a spell, actually. Ooh. Were you in my... I think I might need to go... Okay, I need to move before the thing starts. Look at that damage. Jeez, whole party just get fucking obliterated. See, I think that angle is suboptimal in key ways. I'd like to get in here and jump that way, if possible. But I'm not sure if I have enough time to do it. I need to get, but I started getting this down fairly consistently, I think. The previous time. I just need to figure out what I did and get the muscle memory back so that we can start getting proper attempts in. Because like the other option is to do this, but I think that doing that I'm not. Because the other thing that I could try is getting to this corner first, which I know how to do. And then, well, the other thing is that from here, no, I can't use sparks from here because of the homing. I could... Okay, the fire spike didn't work. I'm trying to think if there's a way to make this work. Okay. So we can hit them with fireballs if we want, but do we want to? Not really, no. We want to miss them. There we go. See, this is what we're looking for. We're looking to do damage here. So if we can basically consistently shoot... You are a regen. Very slow. Whoops.
Beats me.
Unfortunately, this is going to take a long time. This is a lot of enemies to hit.
I don't know.
Let's see. So not all of the Tritons are currently being damaged by this, but I think all of the top tiers are. So I think that as long as they don't leak,
I don't know.
which is not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination, but as long as they don't leak, we should be fine here.
Want some?
Never seen one before.
So the Triton Warrior here is below half. We're making good progress, actually. Can I shoot with you? No. That'll just... It was pretty funny that it just like started rotating over there and then just stopped. Yeah, I'm glad that we did the proof of concept yesterday, because by doing the proof of concept yesterday, we can, start getting into things seriously today, right off the bat, with fairly serious attempts. I don't need water walking cast, so maybe I should turn that off, huh? That'll dramatically improve my mana regen. Unfortunately, we're missing this big one now.
Who wants some?
Haven't seen one before.
I was curious if we could make something happen there. We only have one enemy in range right now, which is not optimal.
Beats me.
We have a ton right over here, but we are hitting a Crusader at least. So I think it makes a degree of sense to just do the damage that we can do to it before it moves or dies. Since it's the top tier, and that's, you know, important to deal with. So my thinking for how I want to handle the rest of this is I'm hitting this one, so I think I can burn through this one over here with the Toxic Clouds pretty casually. We don't even have to worry about getting like blown up by it. The only things that's going to be blowing us up is us. That one's toast. Is there just the one left?
No.
Oops.
I don't.
Okay, so we have one Crusader here. The Warriors and the Crusader are both guaranteed kills if they attack me, I think. So I think we're gonna get a decent amount of clearance from just this first area here. I guess I could try. Okay, so we need to be careful because we have the ability to melee those, which we do not want to do. That Crusader's dead. I think that's the only target here, right? That's the only target left here. Okay, so we have 3 targets left to kill that are in a different location. I cannot hit this from here. I think I'm going to go for this. My goal right now is to clear my vision of targets and do some bank shots on the ones that are under the staircase. There we go. Okay, I don't know why that happened, but facing completely in the wrong direction. It's a concern. It looks like they might have moved a bit. Huh. Okay, we got the angle here. So, if we can clear out this whole pack, then we can have a fairly easy time moving on. Okay, this one is now here, which I'm not a huge fan of. Can I Sparksy maybe? Doesn't move too far out. Okay, I think I can make this work. Okay, that Triton's down. And another one has arrived here, I think. Never mind, that's probably one upstairs. And this is a very good sign. Okay. Part of this is just going to be waiting on a good cycle. Okay, we got that. That's not great. Okay, never mind. We're fine. I thought that it had rotated up. Okay, we got 2 more hits on it. Yeah, that one on the upper floor that's just rampaging around is pretty spooky. Damn it. They moved out. Okay. So, we're going to wait. What is my current... Yeah. I think I'm going to basically just wait until I'm at full mana. And then we'll clear this one out. And then we have 2 more left down here, I think. Though we might have some more directly beneath us that I'm not seeing. But once we've cleared out this... Why do I only have 16 food? Wait, how did I drop down to 16? What the hell happened to my food? Did I lose food on leaving the arena or something? That's an issue. Well, we are in trouble. What am I doing? Why am I giving you... Why am I giving you the opportunity to fuck with me? Okay. Oh, rude. Okay, we got the warrior. Okay. I don't know why I keep turning around as if it's going to be useful. Alright, I don't know how much this Triton has been damaged. We have 1 save instead of 2 saves. So, I don't think we have much choice in how we proceed from here. So, let's loot everything. And it's so... I should have been paying more attention, apparently. But yeah, I don't think... You know what I can do? I can just use the Widoweep's berries to get myself that extra save. And just not worry about it. Because... Like, I don't know what the hell I did to screw that up, but I did something. Okay, so... Shit. Okay, so this is the place that we got to last time. And that doesn't help me at all. I don't think that this is a good place to stand, but I think it's an okay place to start.
I'm hurt.
Shit. I tried to use the jump spell in the air. And I'm not sure what I can do about the opening shots here, other than just pray. Like, did they miss or something? Like, legitimately, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that, but that's fine. I should be practicing more once I get up there. Okay, that one started out in a bad position. But this is why, like, you need to be able to save in here. Like, you're not going to be able to get through here if you're not able to save. There's a lot of variation off the bat here. Let's see here. Is there anything... Okay, I can't practice with any of my spells from here, so... Because everybody who cast those spells is dead.
I need healing.
How did you get upstairs already? Okay, well, that's rude. That's very rude. We got hit by the rock. It's really unfortunate, because if that wasn't a rock, and it was like just its normal attack, I think we would have survived, because I don't think we would have gotten hit by it. I think when we got hit was a time that we wouldn't have been subject to the normal attack. But yeah, unfortunately, the rock blasts have... Okay, that's it. Those pre-aggroed. We might need to actually... Yes, I think we might need to actually reload the game entirely to de-aggro the ones that are here, because, yeah, we're going to have to close the game. Which fixes that bug. Let's see here. Some of these are pre-aggroed, but not the ones on this floor. The ones on this floor were not aggroed when I was downstairs. I wish that I knew how to consistently get them to not... Okay, I don't know what happened there. Okay, this one has blocked my path, so we're just dead. The other thing that I could do, hypothetically... Whoops. Okay. Is this just gonna work? Could I find a route to actually kill everything up here from down here? I don't think so. I don't think that there's going to be an angle that allows me to hit the rocks in the back. We're going to try this just to see how long it takes. But I think that this is actually an interesting proof of concept for if I clear this initial room, it might make sense to clear the Tritons from upstairs in this elevator before I actually save. So I do my first save after clearing these Tritons. And then when I get upstairs, I just have to deal with the rocks. And if I just have to deal with the rocks, I can shoot them from around a corner and there's nothing they can do to me. So the only thing that I have to worry about there is for this second room, in theory, the only thing that I need to deal with here is the initial entrance into the room where the rocks could just instigate me before I get anywhere. Right? But if we could just clear out all of the Tritons from this floor, then the really crazy thing is we might be able to get up to 65%. Just with the elevator. We might not need to actually get to the enemies. Basically, we might not need to go up to the third floor at all. So if we clear the second floor, then we might be able to just start spamming toxic clouds up the elevator to the third floor, and we may be able to kill everything that way. So if we can clear enough of floor 3 to get to 65%, we can go save the game, and then we can come back in and go crazy where every floor we have a save. So the weird thing is that I might only need the one save after all. Oh, we just hit a boulder. Oh my god, we're hitting the boulder. This angle will allow us to hit like anything in this room. We can actually bank the shot off of that off of the thinger, into at least one of those boulders. I think it's only the one. I don't think that we can hit the ones that are more centered. I don't think those are viable targets from here. But there's a target that's available here. Doing pretty good. We're making some good progress. I was a little worried that we weren't going to make any progress into this place, but the casters are able to pull some shenanigans that the melees could only dream of. So, I guess I could just turn on double speed so that we get our mana back faster, since we're spending most of our time just waiting on mana. This is Maw. But we're doing it with casters instead of melees this time. Okay. I'm curious how high level these are. I could figure it out just by doing the math, I guess. Figure out what level is the base level of the Tritons and the boulders here. Okay, that one's that. Wait, we're hitting more than one boulder. That's amazing. Holy shit. Okay. I don't know if we'll be able to hit every boulder in that corner, but we might be able to completely clear this entire floor without going to this floor. Okay. And if we can clear out all these boulders, that would be nice, because they do have line of sight on me as I'm going up there. But yeah, unfortunately, on this trip, it looks like this floor is not very populated. So my guess is that we're not going to get to 50% off of this. Okay. We're getting there. We know that at least one of these boulders is top tier. We don't know if it's the one that we just killed or if it's one of the ones that we're hitting. We also don't know if we're hitting multiple boulders or just one right now. I think there were at least 3 boulders in the pack.
Got that one.
Okay. We still have at least one left up there. We are hitting it. Not with perfect consistency or anything, I don't think, but we're getting there. And if we can kill that one, we will have 40-some% completion. I don't know if we're guaranteed to get a boss in here or not. We still have another boulder there. And that's great. The more boulders we have in this room, the better. It's going to be really funny if there's a reflection boss that gets, like, revealed by me hitting when I'm, like, doing the spam as opposed to just doing it once. And I just get, like, absolutely wrecked by the reflection because, like, 6 shots in a row land. And there's just nothing I can do but watch myself die because the shots have already been fired. This is legitimately very reminiscent of playing GoldenEye back in the day. The best way to play GoldenEye is using exclusively grenade launchers and just having everybody watching each other's screens. That only works if everybody knows the game intimately enough that you have the Did we just get 2 kills? Oh, let's go. So I think that this room is cleared. I think the next one is on, like, the next floor. So that's an untrue statement. Oh, God. Okay, so we didn't die yet. I don't know how this thing was here this whole time. Like running. Oh, it wasn't running around. It was just not in line of sight to be hit. Okay. So we've cleared 51% by clearing this, which is pretty good. And that thing is definitely on the next floor. I'm not going to turn on double speed until we are not hitting Tritons anymore. The thing that I'm most concerned about happening here... I will when I'm not hitting them, though. The thing that I'm most concerned about happening is that I knock it off of the platform. Completely. But yeah, it's funny. We might actually have it on this attempt. We got through the first floor, and we got a boulder that we have access to right now. I was expecting that there's like a limit to how many times you can bounce these. So I was thinking that that I'd be consuming the bulk of the bounces, just getting it up the side here. I'm taking a step forward because that angle didn't seem like it was working super consistently. Just put it on double speed. And yeah, we're going to be able to... I think we can make this happen. I think this is the attempt. We hit a new one, and that is a thorn. So we have a boss here. I should probably change my positioning a bit so that I can hit the boulders. I'm going to move a little bit. I guess I'll move this way. Okay, I don't think I'm hitting the boulders from here. I could try repositioning again. My concern is that I don't want to get too close. I think I maybe burn through these two first. It's just that I'd like, if a shot misses, because they move, because these are mobile, that that the shot fires past them into a boulder, because I'm going to need to clear out more than just these two. I'm going to need to clear out all the boulders in this room as well. And we're going to need to fish really thoroughly through this room for enemies, because we don't know the layout of this room. We knew the layout of the room that we're in terms of where the enemies were. I don't really remember the next room very well, so I'm not really sure what's in there and where their physical locations are. So we're gonna have to like use our toxic clouds as like sonar. I really wish that we had another extra save, but because of the fact that we're able to clear this way, I am not willing to use the berries. I don't think that we need them. I think that this is entirely reasonable to do without needing to do anything that is cheating. Even though I don't know how we lost 4 food. I can only imagine that it's tied to having left the arena. The way that the arena is coded is very strange. It's very unusual. But yeah, we do have confirmation that we're not going to have an angle on the boulders from here. We've missed several shots and we haven't shot a boulder from here. Funnily enough, the first angle that we had was an angle that we shot the boulders from. So we'll need to potentially like backtrack to where we were before to start tagging those, but we weren't hitting them consistently, I don't think. Okay. I don't imagine it's going to take too many more iterations to clear out this enemy. As long as it doesn't wander away too many times. Okay. Okay. We probably need. I think that we get it with just clearing out that section of boulders over there along with this enemy. I think that'll get us to 65%, at which point we can leave and save. We're not losing a ton of damage to misses here. Trying to track down where the hair is coming from when I've got hair in my face is a challenge. It can come from any direction. Alright. Wait, am I not on? Okay, I was on double speed. Okay, so we're just waiting on the rest of this. Should be pretty smooth. And once we've cleared this out, we'll have cleared one of the harder sections that we have for the early game. I just realized that I could just turn a little. I don't need to move. I could just turn slightly, and that changes the angle. It looks like we're missing a lot of shots at this angle. Yeah, with this extra Crusader in this pack, I think very, very high probability that we can get the clearance here. Let's take a look. It's 9 a.m. on a Monday, so we didn't get weakness at 3 a.m. We have a long time before we're going to run into a problem. And I think we can train right now, right? The Thorn is dead. Looks like we've got 2 enemies that are aggroed right now. So this will get us above 60%. Before we even have to start hitting the boulders. You can't just, you know, the top is not close enough to do that. If we turned on mouse look, we could probably just shoot them from down below. Let's go. We can get you done. Is this 2 Crusaders still? I think it is, right? Okay, that projectile is not hitting anything. Ooh, that's close, though. Probably too high up would be my guess. Okay, we got an angle that hits the boulders. And so we're going to stay at this angle. We might struggle to actually hit the Triton from here, but I think we'll probably be fine. Once we've cleared out these, I think if there's at least 3 targets available to me right now, then we're golden. Monsters are weakened and can no longer resurrect. Okay, so we're not hitting that final boulder from here. I'm going to try to clear out this last Crusader because it should be injured. Once we've cleared this out, we're just going to leave. We're not going to worry about the last boulder because the boulder is aggroed, but it's not relevant, right? It's just... it's a stationary object for the most part. So, oops. There we go. very rude of you to dodge all these attacks. I'm just saying, you know, like, have you considered just getting hit? Okay, we actually are going to finish off this boulder here. I think we could basically layer attacks in such a way that we could just hit anywhere in this room. Like, if we know what we're trying to hit, I think we can do this pretty safely. Like, this whole dungeon on the melees is extremely stressful and dangerous. On the casters, once you get past that initial opening room, I think you can pretty much just kill everything from the elevators. There's another boulder there. Okay, we have multiple boulders that we're clearing through right now. We're going to get to like 75%. Just clearing out the portion of this room that we know currently exists. And when the Triton starts running away, when it goes over to the other side, it sometimes gets in the trajectory of these blasts as well. So there's a possibility that we kill that while we're burning through these boulders. Okay, that's another one down. We still have more there. We're not consistently hitting it, though. We're hitting it inconsistently for some reason. Interesting. Okay, I think I'm hitting a staircase there, maybe? Alright, so this is going to work okay, I think.
Well, we got that one.
Okay, the Triton's down. Huh. Struggling to find an angle on this one. There we go, we got it. Yeah, once we clear out this pack, is that this whole pack down? Let's find out if there's anything else here. Looks like there's not. Okay, we're gonna go downstairs. So we have 77% clearance, and we don't have anything aggroed either. So we're leaving the uplifted library. We save the game, and we can save it at danger. Walk right back in. Go up to level 2, and then do we feel like let's play this dangerously. Let's just get vision on the next floor by just going up there. I think that's the play here, because it's just kind of a pain in the ass to we cleared this entire floor. So we've cleared 2 floors with nothing but toxic cloud spam. This is the power of having those niche utility spells. Those niche utility spells that just have like very specific usage frames, whether it's sparks for certain situations. Those sparks is harder to use in this because of the homing. Sometimes. Let's see. We know that there's going to be Tritons here. We need to find a good angle where we can hit. Ooh, that was close. No, those are just rotating along the side now. Right, let's spam right here. Let's turn double speed back on. What did I just drop? Why am I dropping stuff all day today? What even is this? It's presumably something of Kaz's, but I have no idea what it is. Okay. Ooh, we were able to hit a boulder from here. Perfect. Okay, that's one down. We have another boulder in range. Love that. Okay. So, we're just waiting on this. And I think we might be pretty much in the clear. If we wanted to, once we have cleared a couple of the boulders are the thing that make it most difficult to just approach any of these things. Because they, man, that... Murmurwoods is going to be so much easier. It looks like this is no longer an angle that's going to hit anybody. Do I save? Oh, we just aggroed somebody. That's interesting. We seem to have aggroed more boulders that are in pretty much the same location. Hey, Nachiel the Viper, how's it going? That's interesting. We're shooting past them to where they spawned at. We're hitting the boulders from here too. Okay, perfect. So we'll be able to tag the Tritons and the boulders. It's going good. I decided to jump into the Sunken Library, or I guess it's the Uplifted Library, sort of on a whim, thinking it would be nice to do something that's like one of like the really massively harder zones during like the standard routing. And it's very cool that it is pretty trivial with the caster team. The caster team really just plows through it without too much trouble. It's very safe because you basically clear each floor from the previous floor. It's too bad that I don't have more casters who have projectiles like this, the bouncy projectiles. I just have the one, but it's, you know. Okay, we're not hitting those boulders anymore for some reason. Okay, those projectiles are hitting an object, question mark. We need to find a good angle here. It's interesting. They do seem to be just like hitting an obstacle. Like maybe those are underneath a staircase or something. I don't remember the layout of this room. Like, I think that they're near the central column thing. It's possible that what's happening is that my projectile's too high up, so it's actually hitting the platform itself. We'll worry more about hitting the boulders. Those are definitely going at a different elevation. Unless that's actually a different floor. Those might be... Oh, those might be aggroed on the top floor. Instead. Which is weird. Because they're in like the exact same spot. And this might even be the top floor. I don't even know. Okay. Yeah, going pretty smooth. A little slower than I'd prefer. But not too shabby. You know what I should do is I should throw all of my DPS gear on this character. But yeah, what I really need is gear to increase my dark magic on this character. That should help me out a lot in my damage output. We also need like an ascension item. An ascension weapon. Okay, we got our first Triton Warrior down. We got the second Triton Warrior down. We're really struggling to hit this last one. Huh. I would imagine that it's going to be low. I don't think that we've been missing this one and hitting exclusively the others. This is just like a trio of all the same type of enemy. I think that I am going to clear this enemy, and since I've been like maneuvering around and just not managing to hit anything else for a very long time, I think we're just going to walk outside and we're going to save. I think that everything else should be in that room. Because there's just not enough space for me to expect that there to be anybody else around. We also still need to figure out what we're going to do about the fact that one dungeon respawned. Alright, we're going to go over here. Is this... Okay. This is a concern. This was the correct choice. Well, the correct choice is a strong term. I don't know why we were struggling to hit this so much, but...
I've never seen
We're going to wait on Armana to come back, and then we will finish these off. And I don't remember, is there another set of enemies in the attic? Let's find out. Okay, I don't think this is. Oh, no, it's not working.
Never seen one before.
Okay, so we have at least a couple more that are currently uninjured completely. I think we're going to have to use Stinger on them. I could hypothetically, though, if I... No, I don't think I can get to the point where I don't have line of sight on them to be able to just tag a hit on that. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Okay, well. That's unfortunate. Okay, we have an angle here. Really tempting to just dive them, but I think that's a bad idea. I think we're better off just waiting. So we can finish off this group here. We're hitting for half damage, which is very sad for us. I don't think there's any top tiers left. So, in theory, I might be able... Are these top tiers? These might be top tiers. Those are top tiers. Yeah, so never mind. So we do need to shoot these from out of line of sight, basically, because they're too dangerous to shoot directly. Okay, I do have vision on them, even though I can't, I think? Yeah, I have vision on them. Yeah, we have 2 top tiers to burn through here. And then, once we've got that done, we'll be done with the library, I think. And then we can loot the joint. Wait, why do I have 9 food now? Didn't I have 6 food just now? And now I'm back to 9, which is where I'm supposed to be, because I should have had 10. Did I somehow misread my food icon earlier? Did I read 10 as 6? Somehow? Because this is the correct amount of food. Because I had 10, and then the weakness means that food would be consumed at that point. Am I going blind? Am I going senile? Is it both? I'm getting to that age, you know? I could have cataracts. I don't know. I could have cataracts and have my brain failing on me. Either or. Both also can. Alright. So, we're just going to clear this out. I don't know how much more HP this has. I don't know if this has been getting damaged at all yet. And that is dungeon complete. We are in the green. We can save the game. We can go back to normal speed. We can save the game. Okay. I'm glad it's not just me. God, how about that for a fun bug to try to debug? Okay, so it said 6 food, but then it changed. Then it changed to the correct amount of food at some point for some reason. I was thinking it was something completely different going wrong. We need to jump on top. Okay, no, we can't go there yet. So we pop up here, and we can now get, ooh, Archangel Wings, plus 30 int, feather falling, and all magic resistance is plus 8. It's fine.
This might be good.
It's probably okay as a decent way to describe that.
Probably okay.
Alright. It went from 6 to 10 when I went. Oh! I think I know. Okay, it's not a bug then, I think. How do I. Wait, how do I go back down? I think it's not a bug. My guess is I think that it has to do with, like, when you go into a dungeon, they give you, like, a limited amount of food, I think, now. So, but then you get your food that you did, like, basically refunded that was taken away from you when you went into the dungeon. So you can only go into a dungeon with a specific amount of food. I think that that's the thing that did that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So then when we leave the dungeon and come back in, we have enough to save inside again, but we've already left the dungeon, so why would we need to? Okay, so we can save under caster save. We've cleared this out. And bolster level in Might and Magic 6 is 19 now. And because of the fact that it's only Might and Magic 6, that means that we have done this pretty efficiently. This actually was a very efficient usage of our EXP it gets us exactly where we need to be. It also means that we're mostly done with this island. We've done all the dungeons here, and so we're on track for a pretty... I think we're on track for a pretty good run here. So now we just need to go to... Do we want to do the temple first? I guess we should probably do the temple first, right? The Temple of Ba? I think that makes the most sense as our next destination. So we do the Temple of Ba, and with the Temple of Ba... I guess before we do anything else, we should probably clear our inventory. Like, inventory management is moderately important. A little bit. A little bit important. It is funny how, like, the brain works, where it's like, I knew about the fact that when you go into a dungeon, it, like, limits the maximum amount of food you can bring into the dungeon. I knew about that in my head somewhere, and it wasn't until this gives death and eradication immunity on a bow. You know? Do not hate that. I like that. So I knew that in my head somewhere, but I couldn't retrieve that information until it was mentioned that it was, that it went back to normal when I went outside. Because then it's like, oh yeah, obviously it's that thing. That thing that I know about that didn't occur to me. Okay, so we can sell this stuff, probably. You know, we don't actually have that much stuff in our inventory, I say, as we get to the inventory that has all the garbage. Alright. Okay. This is level 52 required. I should put this into the dragon's inventory. We will hold on to this, because we can get to 33 very quickly. And I think some of my weapons are complete garbage right now. Sell this. We can equip this, I guess. Who needs that? You. You need that badly. There we go. 301 max HP. Let's go to the other place. We can sell stuff. It'll be good.
We can outfit you.
I guess I should have probably looked at some of those items rather than just assume that I had checked them in advance. It's fine. What are the... That was a really good item, by the way. That shield. 72 HP and like, that's a pretty good shield. I'm not using shields, though, so we don't have to worry about it. But it was still pretty good. Alright, I think we now are just going to swap over to inventories that are free. Let's see, 47. We had another legendary that we couldn't use yet, right? I'm really looking forward to using this. It doesn't have like crazy good stats on it, but the effect is pretty cool. Let's see. So next we are going to Might and Magic 6. So we're popping back to Enroth, and we will do... Should we do Corligan's estate? Is that what we should do? Go straight to Corligan's. That's what we should do. We should go straight to Corligan's. That would be masochistic. We don't. Okay. Cool beans. Let's see. So we got the thing that allows us to actually contact her again, and rather than having to track her down wherever the hell she wanders off to. Okay, so do we want to... I think, yeah. I think let's just plow through the ancient temple. Or the Temple of Ba, rather. I think that makes a large degree of sense. Do we have a bunch of quests to turn in here, though? We don't have Sherry. We haven't done the thing. So we have, like, one quest to turn in. So we can go with...
Coming right up.
Are we going to do it? Am I going to just be as mean-spirited to myself as possible? I think I am. We don't have telekinesis. Oh, I want telekinesis, but... You know, sometimes you don't get everything you want. Okay, I think we're going to try this. We're going to try Corligan's. I don't think this is going to end well. We do have jump. So we might not need telekinesis to hit that switch. I feel like we do. I don't know that there's enough space for me to just jump over. I think I need telekinesis if I want to hit that switch early, but I could be wrong. Maybe we can just jump over it. If we can just jump over it, then we're fine. Because the issue is dropping into the well is... I don't have an answer to the well. Right? Like, I don't have any sort of answer to that section. So we'll see how it goes. We're going to save the game, and we're going to try Corligan's estate just because we just did the library, and I'm feeling cocky. So let's reduce our level of cockiness by getting ourselves horribly butchered in the initial entry room by 1,000 ghosts. Alright, this is more ghosts than I expected to run into in the first room, not gonna lie. You know, that didn't actually go as bad as I would have expected, considering how many enemies were in that pack. We might actually be able to make this work. Okay, that is an instant death, unfortunately. How much? Negative 276. So, if we hadn't lost our chest, if the chest was hardened, you know, I knew there was a reason that I try to get alchemy before Grand Mastery. I need hardened item. If I had a hardened item potion, I could slap that on that chest piece, and then we wouldn't have died there. Okay, we'd still die to the specters. The specters are going to do enough damage to absolutely blast me to death. I don't think Corligans is going to be viable, just because that opening room is going to require RNG. That's just like, do I get lucky with what's in there? If we do roll that room to be weak enough, I think that we can probably get through there. And if we get through there, I think there's a decent chance that we can clear the dungeon. At the very least, I think we can get to the 65%. But I don't want to reload for that initial room a bunch of times if I can avoid it. So instead, we're just going to go over here. We're going to grab this quest completion, and then we'll complete this quest maybe immediately or maybe later. We'll find out. We're going to first clear... Do you want to clear the corners first? We have 20 food, so we have the ability to save 10 times in here. And we probably won't even need it, honestly. I am going to do some saving. I'm not going to try to just do this, like, straight up. But what we're... Oh, right! I forgot you were here. I forgot about the initial pack. Okay. I was trying to avoid the fireball and played badly. Alright, let's do this again. Getting hit by the fireball is not nearly as big of a problem as getting hit by a venomous. That was very silly of me. What I needed to do was just pull to a different room. And unfortunately, this is now like a really weak pack instead of being ambushed by like an actually very difficult one. Oh, but we actually died anyway. I underestimated how much damage they would do. Do I not have preservation active? Oh, I don't have preservation at all. I should cast preservation, huh? Okay then. Oops.
I bet it's going to be bad.
Did not have preservation cast. I thought that I did, but nope. Unfortunately, that does mean that we have very little HP. Yeah, no, I was like, I got killed by a tier 2? It's like, yeah, because you don't have preservation. Anything's gonna kill you. Alright. Okay. So, first room is cleared. Do we fight them from up here? No, we should probably go across. We're going to clear all of the monks first. And then once we've cleared them, we can save the game. Okay, not a lot. of high tier enemies here, not gonna lie. I mean, there's some, but there's a lot of the lowest tier monk in this pack. That's a venomous master monk. Hey, it's our friend again. I think. Okay, there's another master monk there, so we've actually put ourselves in the worst possible situation here. Love that for us. And they have desynced their attacks, which is really not great for me. Ooh, that one could potentially just kill me here. Okay, that one's toast. Very rude. Okay, that one's toast, though. Just me and the venomous. Okay, we're really low on resources now. I'm waiting for the next shot. You're taking a long time to take that next shot, friend. Okay, we're in the green. So we clear out all of these bodies. We've got 12% completion. Oop, we got a double amulet drop. That's pretty solid. And we can save under danger. So, I guess I should have saved in the middle room rather than saving all the way up here, but that's fine. So we're going to start pulling the corners now. The intention that I have is to clear out enough, basically to not summon anything until we've already gotten the ability to leave the dungeon. Honestly, it's preferable to get 100% completion before we even start summoning. Because we don't actually need to... Okay, that's a concern. Okay. And the other nice thing is that we can be in the green for very large portions of this, which means that it's pretty fast to get our resources back. We've got a boss in this pack. Okay. Wait for them to come around the corner. This ramp gets in my way a bit. Unfortunately, this is adamantite, which is going to cause problems for me. It can take a lot of hits. We've basically not done any damage at all at this point. So we need to figure out what we're going to do about that. It's tempting to try to put it somewhere, and basically to put it somewhere that we can get in the green, like this. Because if we can get into the green for a bit, we can regen some resources. Seems very confused. Okay, in this corner we are golden. Okay. We've got most of our resources back. We're going to move forward. We're going to see... You can't walk across that, can you? You can't climb up this. So if I'm just standing over here, it'll eventually start approaching me, but it seems to have just wandered back down the thing. Let's go regen our resources again. Pop over here. Where are you at? Where you at? You're all the way down here now. Okay. It seems to be returning to sender. So, with that being the case, we need to swap to this because we need to be doing single target damage. This is the only target we're going to have. And we're just going to start plowing into this until we run out of resources. And then once we're out of resources, we can go hide in a corner again to regen our resources back up. It's pretty low, but we're down to just one character who can actually consistently attack it, so we're going to go ahead and just run away. This is actually very fast. I might be in trouble here. I'm going to go down here, go up again. It's now following me. It's no longer following me. It got confused. It's gotten too far. We're in the green. Okay. We're going to stay in the green for a while. We're going to stay in the green for a long while. I think it might have retreated back to where it came from. Sure did. I'm not in a great position here. And that was very predictable. That fireball did more damage than I was expecting. I was expecting to potentially get hit by it, but I wasn't expecting it to do that much damage. That did way more damage than I was expecting. Okay, so we've killed that adamantite. Given that we just killed an adamantite, I think it might make the most sense for me to just save here, actually. We have so much food. We've cleared 19%. Let's do it. We're just going to save this under danger. We cleared an adamantite out. Most of the enemies in here are going to be fairly easy to kill with this party. This party can just plow through. Whoops. A lot of this stuff. We're going to actually go completely batshit and pull this entire room if possible. So that we can utilize our fireballs. Once we run out of fireballs, we're in trouble. So... okay, these can just run across those gaps. Okay, we probably die here. Okay, that actually wandered so far over there that we might be okay. We're fine. Easy. Easy. Was never a threat. No danger at any point in that process. Okay, so we cleared a pretty big chunk there. That's about 10% of what we needed. Sorry, that's 10% of what we need to clear the entire dungeon. From 0%. We just went from 19 to 29 in one pull. So... that is definitely worth saving. And there's a boss in this pull, which should be fine as long as we are successfully dodging its attacks. And then we immediately get tagged by 3 attacks. Did you get tagged by the Venomous? I don't know what I'm casting. Okay, we need to cast Cure Poison just in case. Because I don't know if you were tagged by the Venomous. My guess is no, because I think you probably would have just died. I don't know what's happening here. Okay. Or just wait a little bit. We failed to dodge a very slow-moving projectile there.
Got that?
Okay, we're gonna just wait a little bit on this. And let's pull back a bit, see if we can get into the green. No, because we're going to immediately reveal them. Release them. Alright. That's the wrong target to be hitting. Okay, we're in the green. So, 42%. We've got a good portion of this dungeon cleared now. But the hardest parts of this dungeon are not going to be the parts that are start out spawned. Outside of, like, the bosses are presumably pretty dangerous, but, like, for the most part, we're not really at that much of risk from this section. Let's see here. We want to get some resists, I guess. Who has perception? You have expert perception. That should be plenty, I think. Expert 7 should be fine for everything in here. And if it isn't, then that'll be unfortunate for us. Okay. Shocking, steaming, dirty. So, what do we want to do about these? I think we maybe put them on Goose. I think that Goose maybe gets the resists, because I think Goose is going to be the one... Actually, maybe it would be Junglefowl that's going to be... Junglefowl is probably going to be the one casting into the end game, actually. So... I will switch to doing it on Junglefowl. So Junglefowl, I think, is going to take all of them because Junglefowl is going to be using Preservation. Honestly, I don't think that for not clicking that, I don't think that we actually have enough for that. We will save and find out later, but I think a Skull Pile of Death will actually kill us. I think that requires a fairly large amount of perception to survive. So, another 14 is enough. Okay, we got an Ascension Emerald. Love that for us. And we are in the green. I'm going to regen up a bit. Or just pull a shit ton of enemies because we can. We have the ability to do a lot of damage with these fireballs. Unfortunately, we're in a bad position here. And there's actually a lot of the top tiers here. This is probably going to cause problems for us. We need to cast Sparks. And that fireball just hit for like 1,700 damage, was it? Okay. Okay, clear. So, we got 52%. We have a trident. And we've now cleared the bulk of the hallway that these came out of, which was one of these hallways, and I don't know which one. It's so much like faster burning through all these enemies. Man, when we have an AoE that on like every character, it is going to be wild. Okay, is this the one that we've already done? No, this is one of the ones that we haven't been in at all. Alright, if we clear out a good portion of this room the way we did the previous one... that's a boss. I'm not going to pull the rest of this room right now. I'm just going to deal with this pack. That's a Fixator. So that has the ability to cause weakness. I think I have Cure Weakness now. So I should be able to deal with that. And it doesn't even matter because it just melts. It just melts. Tempting to save off the back of it. I guess I might as well. We're at 56%. So let's just save this. And we'll grab the entire rest of this room if we can. We're not at a good angle here. Oh, this is an issue. We're gonna try it. We're gonna go for broke. We went broke. Okay. We had the ability to just like withdraw there, but I was kind of curious if we would be able to burn through them quickly enough to not die there. Answer: definitely not. This is too close. Tag the fireball. Get the hell out of dodge. And then that one right on top of me prevented my fireball from working the way that I want it to. You're poisoned? Fuck. I missed the jump. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have fireball anymore. No fireballs for us, which might mean that we're in trouble here. Oh, we got fireballs again. I need to check the damage proportion in this dungeon. Oh, we're in the yellow. We're not in the green. Whoa, 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 baby. Hello. Who dis? Okay, this is monks that we aggroed before but didn't actually finish. Monsters are weak and can no longer resurrect. Okay, let's take a look. The total damage in this dungeon is... wait. Total damage is surprisingly even. I would have expected it to be less even than this. I guess we're just running out of mana really fast on Mina. Because we had some really crazy, like, AoEs. Okay, so this is an area that we haven't cleared. That is a skull pile of death. That's a skull pile of curses. That's a skull pile of death. So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to save this under danger. And we're going to find out if Expert 7 is enough for these. It's enough for curses. There's no way that it's enough, right? It is not enough. Okay. I didn't think it was enough, but I wanted to check. Alright. Grab you, grab you. That's a skull pile of death. We are not tagging that. We're in the wrong inventory on you, so we will deal with the fact that there's a bunch of random bullshit in there later, but for now we just swap. Skull pile of curses, we loot, do air resistance on the wrong target, that's fine. Wait, did those reset what type they were when I reloaded? Weren't those water? Huh. Okay, so we're 68% of the way through the dungeon, and we now just need to do whatever the hell we want, honestly. We can leave the dungeon whenever we want and come back. So we are, I think, going to finish clearing to 100% before we start spawning the enemies. I think that's the way that I want to handle it. The enemies that we're spawning are potentially going to be dangerous. So it'll be very nice to be able to stand right next to the spawn trigger and save for free. So let's make that happen. Okay, we're going to grab all the loot here. We're going to save. We're going to go down this hallway. We're going to aggro everything that we can. Okay. Casting sparks. Make sure that we don't have anything in melee with us. These are in melee now. These have spread out way more than I would want. I'm actually going to get in here. I made a mistake in going in there because by going in there, I got the enemies hit with a fireball, and that's what killed everybody there, was getting hit by a fireball. That didn't hit me, it just hit an enemy that was following me. We are going to try to pull this whole pack again. And we're going to try to do a better job of kiting it this time. We've got them nicely packed right here, so we can get a pretty good amount of damage into them. And then we can hopefully keep them at range for a while longer while we do big, big deeps. And we're now at a point where they're probably low enough that we can just kite them pretty casually. Because they're going to start going down, which means that the targets that are closest to me are less of a threat. Because now, if they're close to me, they're going to get tagged by all the single target attacks and just melt. Did that have an influence on the damage? Let's see. I think that did. Wasn't mine at like 18% or something? No, 18% was the total damage from that thing. But yeah, that was a very, very good AoE pull. I think we cleared this entire room. Let's go. Okay, we can save the game here. And grab all the nonsense that's in this room. Okay, you get these. Okay, this is a skull pile of curses. We can loot that. And this is garbage. This is skull pile of death. We are ignoring that. And I believe we just have one more of these to clear. Maybe two? But yeah, we have so much food available that I'm perfectly comfortable to just like walk over here and we're just going to save again. Because when we're doing the hard part of this dungeon, we will be able to... Okay, there's nobody in here, I don't think. We've cleared this. So the two top ones are both cleared. Now we just go to southeast. Okay, this room we've barely touched. And this is a bunch of skeletons. I'm going to try this. I wasn't able to pull as many as I'd like because of these ones being like right there on the right side there. But unfortunately, we blew through a lot of our fireball mana when they were so, like, single target. So we're going to be able to burn through these slower than we otherwise could. But I think that we're golden here. They're just getting confused over in that doorway, so... When enemies get confused in these doorways, on my melees, it's very dangerous. when they get confused in these doorways on my casters, it is golden. Okay. Cassowary is hitting pretty hard. Let's see. Do I... Yeah, we might as well save, I guess. We're at 84%. We have 4 more saves. And I think we have 1 more pull. Okay, so there are some casters in the back. And this is not a super optimal AoE pull. But it's pretty decent. This is a pretty good amount of damage coming out. Okay, we do need to rotate out of here because the fireball caster was out of mana. We now need to... I'm gonna take the risk here. This is probably gonna just result in me dying. Yep, we die here. Yeah, okay, there we go. The reason that we died there was because I decided to lean into, like, okay, they're low on HP, let's try it. Let's try to just burn through them. And they were not low enough for that to be a successful strategy. With the mana that I had, certainly. Like, I would need to be consistently getting fireballs off every single round to prevent them from swarming me the way that they swarmed me there. Even then, it would have been a tough sell. They had enough HP left that that was not going to work, probably. Is that a boss? Oh, I think we have a boss in this pack. $1770. Oh shit, we have. I'm on the. I didn't realize where I was. Okay, I need to go to the other direction because I just walked right into a fireball and killed myself. Alright, so. Yeah, imagine how crazy this would be if everybody was throwing out AoEs. Okay, we are going to move toward this side instead. Okay. Okay, we are out of mana, so we need to pull out if we can. We might not be able to. I don't know which type that is. That is a Skeleton Lord. If that had hit me, it could have very easily killed somebody. Ooh, this is a problem. We have the boss on us, and we don't really have the mana to play with to deal... Oh, what the fuck just happened? Okay. Okay. And those can kill... Ooh, that's the wrong button. Definitely don't want to be doing that. Alright, we're going to go over here. We might actually not be able to pull this entire set because they might just have too much damage and be too consistently fast. The spiders are easier to work with because they use ranged attacks. The most dangerous ones use ranged attacks, which means that it slows them down considerably. Like... they take a lot longer to get to where you are because of the time that they're wasting on other stuff. But yeah, once I run out of fireballs, I'm going to really struggle, I think. But yeah, I think I can actually rotate all the way over here and get into the green. And they'll actually start rotating back. So we can just pull these in a couple of different batches. But at the very least, we have the ability to reset our mana. We do need to be careful, though, because we are dealing with a fireball trap that's right here. It's a good thing that it's not like Might and Magic 6, where the fireball trap will home in on you. In the Might and Magic 6 version of Maw, they built it off of I think it's made by Teen Evelyn. I think it's Skills Emphasis mod, which is built off of like a bunch of other things. But one of the components of that mod was homing attacks from the enemies, which is not in this one. Oh, these are undead. I could be using Destroy Undead, not a spell points. That's too bad. I should try to do a Destroy Undead at some point. Okay, I think we're okay for right now, but we do have too many here, I think, for me to be able to like clear through this whole pack. At some point, they're going to break through. Oop. Okay, we actually took out the monk there. Okay, we've got these. Ooh, they are still following us perfectly, and this is just Skeleton Lords. So lots of HP in play. Okay. We have 4. We have 3 left. Okay, that one's toast. You know, part of the reason that the thing is as balanced as it is probably because we're doing double damage to a decent portion of the enemies in here with our Life Bolt. Okay, that was a item that clears... Oh, wasn't paying enough attention. Okay. We're at 95%. There's probably not going to be enough enemies left for it to be worth it to try to use an AoE. So we're going to swap to single target for now. And then once we've done that... I guess we save again. And we just finish up the rest of the enemies over here. We've also found like multiple amulets and a staff and potentially a bunch of other cool stuff off of bosses and shit like that. So there's a decent chance here. You know, maybe we should be using a fireball here. This is a fireball scenario, actually. Alright. Okay. And we are golden. We're not quite cleared, but we are in the green. So we just need to figure out who we haven't pulled. It looks like we just haven't pulled a couple in the back here. And by a couple, I do mean like half a dozen. Alright, so once we've cleared this pack, we'll be able to save in this dungeon at will. And we can start clearing out the other sections of the dungeon. We can start clearing out all of the thingers. So we can save. Mission successful. We can get to this, and we're going to loot everything before we check what we've looted so far. 2 skull piles of curses. We can go ahead and clear these. And grab the trash heap. That's Skull Pile of Insanity. I don't actually know if that's easier or harder than Curses. I would assume it's harder than Curses, but not as hard as Death. So we're going to find out if I can do this. Probably not. Oh, we can. Okay. So we can do everything except Skull Piles of Death. So that is great. So next on our agenda is to start clearing these rooms on the side. Do we want to get this middle one first? I guess we might as well, right? North, east, west, south. Let's see. Okay, so
No room.
we're going to loot all the stuff here. And we're going to not run this way. Okay. So, we went the wrong direction there. We're going to try a different route. Believe that this is the same direction that we came from last time. We're going to rotate this way. And run straight into a shit ton of enemies. That is unfortunate. How do we get out of here? Let's not loot this. Concerning. We have preservation active, but mine is dying anyway. I think it's probably mostly Mina that we have to worry about there, but I'm not positive. In terms of being, like, insta-gibbed. Okay, we're going to just disengage, drop some sparks down, and then these actually move at a snail's pace compared to the other enemies, so we should be able to kite these for days, as long as we're not getting tagged by the thingamabobers, the range. Yeah, once this pack is cleared, I think this is probably the hardest section to deal with because they start out spawned right on top of you. The rest of them, I should be able to manage a bit better than I'm managing these. Let's see here. I would like for you to consolidate a bit. That light bolt doing 833 damage. Let's go. Yeah, I feel like the Seraph is going to make a perfectly reasonable spellcaster. Right? Like, just a dedicated nuker with the light bolts transitioning up to other spells. Hey, Asher Kitty. Welcome to the party. We've been having a very difficult time. Today's been going absolutely terribly. Everything's been going wrong. Nothing's been going right. This is all a lie. We plowed through the library. The upraised or uplifted or whatever the hell library was absolutely no trouble for the spellcasters. We got it. I think it took like what, 4 attempts, maybe. And it was just getting into the initial door. Getting into the first room was the only danger that we had to deal with. Once we got through that first door, we were golden. So let's see. Now we can save it up, pop down here, and open this. And because we're only dealing with spawned enemies, is the artifacting worse than usual? Do I have Torchlight on? I do have Torchlight on. So I don't know what I can do about it, unfortunately. These do move very slowly, so I might be able to burn through this before it even gets to me. And it looks like, yeah, okay. So this went pretty smooth for now. I think we can just... easy peasy. Nailed it. Let's see. Is it worse than it usually is for this dungeon? Or is it just this dungeon is particularly bad? Let's see. Can I open that door? I don't actually know if I can open this door. This is the one that needs to do the thing. Let's see. Yeah, I wish I had a good answer for the visual problems with this game. Considering how much I play it. Interesting. I wonder what's going on then. That was very silly of me. Because I feel like visually there shouldn't be any changes. Like all my settings haven't, like nothing's changed about my settings. Let's see. I'm a little concerned about that one. I no longer have to be concerned about that one. Take this one out. 6 trillion-ish. Give me a second. Is that what you are down here? 2600 kbs? Is there anyone else in chat that can confirm that they are also having a, like, that the artifacting is worse than usual? And Asher, if you have another browser, can you check on a different browser to make sure that it isn't, like, specific to Twitch is sending the information to you weirder than usual? Because I haven't changed any of my settings, and I don't know why it would be artifacting more, but I know that the artifacting is bad enough normally, and usually it's better with Torchlight. So this I don't think this is the type of dungeon that's usually that bad, right? Usually it's the it's like a different wall type. Let's see, where are my settings at? We can. Everything's always moving around. So, yeah, my bitrate is set at 2500. The encoder is currently set to software, which is weird because I feel like, well, I have it set to enforce streaming service encoder settings. I don't know. I feel like the encoder should be hardware, right? Like, you generally want everything to be done with hardware. Unfortunately, I can't change that right now. Oh, well, I guess I need to be moving in order to be able to tell if the bitrate's still fucked. Like, is it the same level of bad, or is it a different level of bad? Okay, so it might be that some update pushed something that changed some of my settings. The thing that jumps out to me immediately is this encoder being software. That doesn't sound right to me because I feel like you usually want that done by hardware. So I could potentially change that. I think I'm going to finish the dungeon, and then maybe we spend the last bit of stream doing some tinkering, because we've made a lot of progress today already. So we can tinker with our visual settings and not feel like we've, not been kind of slacking for the day, because we'll have cleared like 2 dungeons. 3,500 is 6K. Really? Oh. I don't think that used to be the case, but we can change it. That value I can change without stopping stream, I think. So, I guess we'll just have to see. Okay, we've opened this door. Let's see. And it's... Alright, there's only the one skeleton lord, I think. Okay, we just have the monks now. Oh, never mind. There's only the one monk. And there's a skeleton lord. Okay, we're in the green. Is that... Was there only one monk? Where'd the other monk go? And did we loot the chest? I think we looted the chest. Let's see. It looks like the bitrate isn't changed. The bitrate is weirdly, the bitrate looks like it's like less consistent now. It was pretty set in about the 2600 rate. And now it's like going very wildly between 2100 and 3200. But I don't know whether that's just because there's a limit to how much data it needs to change when the screen isn't changing that much. I don't actually know. But if I've changed the limiter on that basically, so if that changes things, just give me a heads up. But yeah, I think that we might need to change the encoder settings, which is going to require restarting stream. But I can't go late today to do that. So maybe I do that for the last bit of stream.
We don't need it. We don't.
Maybe I start tomorrow's stream.
I'm hurt. Badly.
That was very silly of me. Whoopsie doopsie. I forgot that this is when we open the door, not when we do the thing. Okay. Yep, we in the Temple of Ba. Just plowing through it all casual like. We don't even have limited saves for this part because we already cleared all of the normal enemies and we're just dealing with spawns now.
Nice shot.
Okay. So now we need to go loot that box. With the secret door key, I identified a thing that I wasn't supposed to identify, but that's fine. Check the thing again. Okay, nothing in there. Save under danger. And now we can go spawn the big spawn. And that's going to be real fun. We're going to have... We have jump. And we have AoEs. So this... Well, we have one AoE, but This is going to be very funny. So we're just going to jump up on top of this thing in the middle here and have a hell of a time. I think this is going to be very fun, just like raining fireballs down from up here. Unfortunately, we need to jump down here. And we can get killed here. I don't know if the ones behind us can hit us. I don't think they can. I think they can, but they can't. 8,000?! Oh man, imagine if the dragon could AoE, huh? Unfortunately, we are completely out of mana. How much HP? So, we've burned through a decent bit of the HP with these. Oh, that's interesting. I need to target a different target again. I'm actually going to wait here for a second. We're just going to chill while we regenerate mana so that I can just spam a bunch of fireballs again for a bit. Okay, we're not actually hitting them right now for some reason. We have to jump in order to hit them. Oh man. Look, if this doesn't change the damage meters, then I don't know what will. Also, I want to cast a Destroy Undead, so we'll jump up in the air and cast a Destroy Undead in a second. Even at full mana, we cannot actually cast that. Okay, when we jump up in the air, we are actually vulnerable to getting hit. We can get hit from behind while we're doing that. Do we want to just burn through these first? I guess we'll burn through these first. So Cassowary is going to be hitting with, like, a melee attack instead of their ranged attack, which I'm not that miffed about. It doesn't do nearly as much damage as their ranged attack would do, so that's going to be unfortunate, but... I think it's fine. Okay. However, we can't just keep spamming now because we're now out of mana on everybody. Alright. We're gonna wait. Oh, I guess I can just put this on double speed. And you do so much damage, actually. Like... Whoa! I don't know who hit me there, but it has me alarmed. Okay. This is so many attacks. Oh, it's so good. I don't know if this is going to work, because we did take a couple of attacks there in a position where I wouldn't have expected to. So, it's possible that a Skeleton Lord is just going to get a free swing on me and kill me. Those light bolts do so much damage against undead. Like, that is crazy. Okay, we are not... Okay, we're not hitting the targets correctly anymore. I think we might need to move. Which I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of moving right now. Okay, Toxic Cloud is hitting. Whoop. Okay, we're able to hit them again. Okay, they're all low because of all the fireballs going out.
Nice shot.
Okay. Oh, holy shit, there's not that many left, actually. Okay, can we... If we move a bit, we can get them to move into position to get blasted. That one's toast. That one's toast. We're in the green. Okay. Since we're in the green, we can save the game. Loot all the bodies. Get just a little bit of carpal tunnel by virtue of all the space bars that we have to hit all at once. That's a potential issue. You know, these are all like just normal skeletons. Let's just pop down here and call it a day, shall we? Also, I want to take a look at the damage brackets. So that has put Mina ahead of everybody else from the sheer like spam of AoEs happening there. Not by as much as I would have expected. Not by as much as I would have expected. But pretty good nonetheless. Alright. And is that is for this map, right? It doesn't say for this map. It just says total damage recount. Like I'm not doing so much damage here that we're changing the percentages from the entire game, am I? Because the number used to be per area. I think it's this one first. Okay, we've got 215. Is it not this one first? Whoops, that's a ring, not a... Okay, so it's the other one, I guess? Huh. Alright, we're heading over to the other one. And we have finished this dungeon, which also... There's a quest here, but I don't actually remember what the quest is. Yeah, I don't know why... I had these two in verse in my head. Chime of Harmony. Okay.
There isn't any room.
Perfect. So, we are now going to go grab the one other room. Once we grab the other room, we can pop out of here. So today's gone pretty smoothly. The Dragoon Stronghold is really, like, a very difficult dungeon to deal with. Way more of a struggle than the other dungeons in the area, by, like, a pretty considerable margin. This area is pretty dangerous for melees. There's a couple of places that are dangerous for the casters here, because we do have like the spawns that just spawn on top of you. The things in the middle area are the things that are the most dangerous, because they are right on top of them when they spawn. Let's see. It's interesting that when we get to like certain positions in this dungeon, we're getting a weird audio glitch. I think it might be like when we're a specific range away from the spawn of this. Because I think it's happened when I came out of this corridor before. As well. Okay. So, we have finished up here. How are we doing on EXP? Wait. What the fuck? That one dungeon was worth that much experience? I didn't check my experience that whole time. We did way overkill. We needed to leave mid-dungeon. We needed to leave mid-dungeon in order to make that work. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. But we're definitely not turning in any quests. Oops. We're going to save this. It's fine. It's not a big deal. This is the caster save. We don't have to give a shit. I'm so used to getting like no EXP from these dungeons, and then I just get 3 levels in this dungeon. Holy shit! So let's check all the stuff that we found. Okay, we found some garbage. We found something that's
It's probably okay.
This is int luck and hit points, so this is going to be really solid when we can equip it. This is body and mind resistances. It's reasonably high level, so... but we just have better stuff. We can't... Our stuff is no longer going to be just outpowered by the fact that something is just slightly higher level. Okay, this is interesting. This gives plus 13 to all stats. So let's go ahead and just equip this onto you. Even though it gives you... actually, do I need that? This gives speed and accuracy, but it doesn't give... no, I'm going to leave this on you. You can take this, I think. This will give us a little bit of extra spell points, though it does probably lower our durability by a considerable margin. Do we have somebody else... You can benefit from this way back more, because this gives you personality, and you need personality. So this is kind of meh.
We don't need it.
This is meh.
It's probably okay.
This is
We don't need it.
cool, but not cool for me because I don't have any chain users.
We don't need it. We don't need it.
A bunch of scrolls.
We don't need it.
9 points of body damage and endurance. This is pretty solid, actually. So let's go ahead and throw this on you for now. And what was the thing that I was looking at just now? It was something. It was glove. Yes. So was it you? Yeah, it was you that was giving this to. So let's give this to you. You might actually be able to cast Destroy Undead now. Imagine. You might be able to cast it a single time. Leave it. Okay. Kind of garbage. No need for these. We do have the Scouring Pearl. That'll be useful for when we're doing stuff later on. For now, it's not particularly useful. Nothing useful here. This is not bad. The might isn't very good, but it does have at least a little bit of built-in damage. So... No... Yes, so this will be an improvement for you.
No room.
Perfect. Alright, so we didn't find any shinies, like legendaries or anything like that, but... Well... Presumably, but we might have actually, because we haven't actually checked these yet. So... That is very good. This is, like, really good for me right now. Let's see, who's going to get this crazy item? Who needs it? Everybody has decent endurance right now, weirdly enough. I guess we give it to you. Oh no, you have something that gives you water magic skill, which I think is a good thing to hold on to for now. So we're not going to change that out until we have something better. We could throw this on you. You're not super tanky, and your current item is kind of trash. So let's do this. This is an int item. It should go on one of the 2 int casters, and we'll throw it on you. Perfect. So that is going to... It's even going to give us some extra mana, over this because it just has that much int. So that's pretty cool. And this requires 36, which we will be able to equip soon, actually. I think we might be able to get there right now. No. We'll be able to get there once we turn in some quests or something. Though, again, we're not doing that here. We got so much EXP in 6. Let's see here. I think we are going to... We need to go to Might Magic 7. And we need to clear out Harmondale Castle. Do we have anything that we need to do here? I don't think so. We're not picking up any of like the armor expertises yet. We'll get those eventually because we do want to get the recovery penalties eliminated and things like that. But those are a low priority because we need a huge amount of skill points to be able to get access to mastery. Picking up our first masteries is going to be a really big deal. And we can get that done soon. Okay, so next is Harmondale Castle. We'll get that done. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to Antagaric and maybe... Man, the problem is that when I start dicking around with my settings, I'm going to be going in and out, which means that I'm not even going to be able to just chit chat, right? Because it's not just like me tinkering with something. I have to actually shut down the stream and then restart the stream in order to make that work. But that's fine. I'm going to go AFK for just a couple minutes, and then we will clear out this castle in front of us. We back. Okay, so let's blow up some rats. Did I get the quest? That's fine. Let's see. Alright, so these are not one-shotting me. And in fact, that thing two-shot me to unconscious, not to dead. So we're going to have a little bit of trouble here. From the ranged attacks. And then we died. That was unfortunate. I'm going to need to figure out how to handle this initial bit, actually. That was a very big... That was a much bigger pull than I remembered it being. So... And they have a lot of projectiles between them. And I don't have a great opening kite range.
I'm hurt.
Okay, this is a concern. Are you diseased? You're diseased. I think we're probably going to die here. I don't think it's going to work to go there, actually. This is going to be harder than I thought. I didn't remember the entryway being this difficult. Okay, if I go to this side of the fountain, that pack gets slowed down dramatically. Okay, this opening section is way... Did this get changed? Because this opening section gave me 35% of the dungeon. That's not normal, right? A third of the dungeon from just this one pack? No way, right? I don't think that's normal. Okay, we've got them coming from both angles, but there's not that many of them, so... Yeah, I guess if that's like a third of the dungeon, it makes sense that it's such a big pull. Alright, well, that's... We're in the green. Okay, we can save this. We can save this under danger. And we're gonna clear out 3 dungeons today. This is wild. Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is here. Did I already loot all these? Alright, let's go to this side. I don't imagine we're going to have too much difficulty here. That initial pack is probably the most dangerous thing that we're going to have to deal with. So, as long as we're not getting literally one shot, which I don't think we're going to get one shot. That was a fire rat. Though, I guess we do have the possibility of bosses to deal with, so... There is that. Okay, no more in that section. I'm going to go to the green area, get ourselves a little bit... Yeah, let's just rotate back and forth, I guess. This gives us a little bit of extra juice. Okay, that's toast. But yeah, I'm shocked at how much experience I got from that abandoned temple. That place gave me so much EXP. We're gonna be like swapping back and forth for a while between these two. But yeah, I probably could have gotten out of there at the 65% mark and immediately gone and turned in a quest to get myself up to the appropriate value. Let's hop around this corner. I should probably... Okay, this is a boss. It's a swapper, so there's a decent chance it's going to disappear on me. Okay. Didn't even attack. Got another staff. Got a club.
No room. Got that one.
Pulled way more than I should have. I never saved. Okay. We're now in the green. We can save the game again. And we're almost at the point where we can leave the dungeon. So I think we're just going to clear this left side. And then... once we've cleared this, we can pop back over to the other side. Okay, what are these? Orange and purple. Let's get used to these. Yeah, the other thing that I can do... Okay, monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect. I can actually just shoot a fireball around this corner, potentially. I can do fireballs around corners as well. If I don't want to, like, single pull for some reason. Okay. What I need to do, actually, is the next time I enter a new zone, I need to check my, my damage. I can check it in this zone, and it should... This is for the entire game. This isn't in just this zone. Okay, it's the ranged... It's the shoot damage that shows you for the individual map. So we'll need to go back to that place to see how much damage we were actually doing. So the damage under shoot is current map. So right now we're doing 36% of our damage with Cassowary for this dungeon, which makes a lot of sense. I've been running on low mana for a lot of it, and we don't have like really good AoE situations. So gamers don't look up. Okay. Whoops. Gamers don't look right. Alright. Little bit mean-spirited. Just a bit. Okay. We are still at risk of having some big problems here. These can disease us. Okay, we're in the green. Let's loot everything up. And we can move the trash heap.
No room.
purple and blue. This trash heap. Hammer, purple, white, red. Football. Okay, so let's head back toward the entrance. We'll save the game in the middle again, and then we'll just have another dungeon cleared. How about that? So, have I cleared this yet? I think I cleared this. I haven't cleared this hallway yet. Okay. We'll see if these consolidate or split. It looks like they are opting to split. Okay. All set. Okay. So we have this yellow and white. We'll just grab these. On you. Okay. Easy peasy. Okay. I assume there's more in here. Okay. Any more? No. Okay. We're going to pop over here. Open this. There we go. But yeah, I am actually going to walk back into the Temple of Ba just because I want to see what the damage proportion looks like between the different party members. Okay, that is cleared. This is not. Okay, we're at 99%. Okay, there is a boss, and it is adamantite, so I really wish that I had gotten my mana back before we pulled it. Toasted. Noises from the throne room. Oh, I forgot that there's more spawns. Okay, we got the gauntlets. It would have been very funny to just immediately pull all the enemies in the throne room. Accidentally. Green and red. So, red is definitely going on you. I don't need the green on you, though. Green I'll give you. I suspect that you're going to be pretty squishy for the foreseeable future. Okay, as for you, that is white, white, purple, and red. Since we have the red in here, we're going to give it to you. And that's an orange, which we will give to Marlon. Okay, so save the game. Take that, Goblin King. Okay, so we've finished this. We can pop on out of here, and we can check how much EXP we've gotten. How close are we to... There. Okay, this is still the highest, so we still need over a level's worth of experience to be able to do the stuff. So let's take a look. So clean out Harmondale Castle and retrieve the Signet Ring is all that we have right now. Did we already complete... I think we already completed the quest for the Tempers. Caster save. Yes, I have already cleared this. So, expert repair and identify. You are staff and leather. Okay, let's go talk to you. What? You wouldn't believe this fabrication, would you? I'd never dream of sabotaging your rule, yeah. Okay, farewell. And... okay. We've now picked up that. So... you're eligible to train to 36. Our bolster level is now some amount. Let's see. So we need a little bit. We need a little bit more here. So we've cleared out both of these dungeons, right? Are we ready to go to Arathia then? I think we're ready for Arathia. So let's take a look at what items we picked up. And it is 12:16.
This might be good.
This might be good.
I like this bow. We don't need it. We don't need it.
Okay. This gives elemental resistances. That's a lot of speed.
Jump.
Okay. Ring the gong. And I think it is time to do inventory management. I feel like we have put it off for quite a while. Right, do we want to put this on somebody? Probably not. Yeah, I just don't think that it's... I don't think this is good enough to justify using it, honestly. Okay. So, let's check all this garbage. I think all this garbage is garbage that I can sell. So let's empty this inventory.
Closed.
Let's not empty this inventory. What time is it? It's 7:30. Okay, with that being the case, we have to go to Arathia. So, I guess we just walk to Arathia. Let's pick up some food.
Right away.
And then, is Arathia north of us? Once we get to Arathia, we don't have to worry about disease anymore. It's Tularean Forest. Do we want to go to Tularean Forest first? Tularean Forest... Okay, let's think about this seriously. Tularean Forest gives us access to another artifact. Like, it gives us access to a guaranteed artifact. Give me a second, I'm going to grab a drink. In a dungeon that's extraordinarily difficult, that's not going to be any easier on these casters than it is on others. certainly not meaningfully more easy, I think. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like, well, actually maybe not. It depends, because I feel like when we first open the door, I don't know that we have any enemies immediately aggro. So if we don't have to worry about the Gogs aggroing off the bat, we could potentially single pull. And if we can single pull the first several rooms, we might actually be able to make that go really smoothly. But I think that we want to get to Erathia, because Erathia gets us access. Well, actually, wait. Okay, Erathia gets us the Davrik Palladium quest done. It gives us access to Cure Disease. It gives us the Night quest can't be done immediately. It gives us access to Tatalia, which would allow us to complete the priest promotion, which doesn't help anybody. Not off the bat. It gives us access to the thief promotion, which does not help us because we're this is the caster run. We don't have the thief. We have a vampire. The second tier promotion matters. The first tier promotion doesn't matter for any of the Might and Magic 8 classes. So we have actually, does the priest promotion matter? It might actually matter. Seraphim might be based off of the Might and Magic 6 version, and if they're based off of the Might and Magic 6 version, then they would have a mid-tier and a top-tier version of the class. So I'm not sure if this is using the MM8 rules or if this is using the MM6 rules for these. I just don't know. What else do we have? Gives us access to Rathia Castle, which is a fun challenge. Gives us access to Fort Riverstride and Thinger, and gives us access. I think we can walk to Deja, or no, we can take a coach to Deja from there, I think, which might be a good idea. Taking the coach to Deja would give us access to Expert Dark. Let's actually. Do I want to figure that out manually? No, I think I am going to Erathia. So we're going to go to Erathia. I'm just not going to worry about it. Tuleria is a possibility. Is there an Expert Dark trainer in Tuleria, actually? Probably not. There might be one. It might be Tatalia. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't remember. I don't have to train Dark often enough to remember. I'm almost positive that one of them will be in Deja, but other than that, I just don't remember. Okay, so we've traveled to Erathia. We're going to clear out this exterior zone first. Deliver a blackmail letter. Are there any quests here that don't require traveling anywhere? I don't think so. I think I might do Tatalia immediately after we finish here. This is not the best way to handle this, actually. It should be fine. Okay, this is a lot of low tier. We have one mid tier. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, we do have to be concerned. These do have range attacks. Oh shit! I'm gonna die. It missed. Okay. Oh, you're down here, aren't you? Okay. Some of them are down here. There's the boss. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna try to burn through you. Need to swap you to Acid Burst. Okay. Exploding Bandit is toast. We get 2 pairs of boots. And we can move on. So I think we're probably going to have to start tomorrow's stream with inventory management. Let's see. You know, I probably shouldn't be doing this. Did I save? I don't know that I saved. Oh shit. I hit the wall. Sparks. Oh no! We're on a slope. The slope. It's doing slope things. You know, in different countries, they actually teach slope differently. In America, I was taught y equals mx plus b. As a kid. And I'm trying to remember, I don't remember what the Singaporean version of that is. Because the thing about algebra is you can just take mathematical equations, and as long as everything equals out to the same thing, you can just move them around all you want. And I'm trying to remember what it was but it was like a different. Like it might have been like an x equals or something like that. It was like a different phrasing. It's obviously the same formula, but it's just phrased a little differently. They might not have used b for the y-intercept. They might have used a different letter for the intercept, and it wasn't in like the. It wasn't in the same format. I think. I don't think it was in. The slope intercept format. It was in a different format, which is interesting because we're taught that form in school, and it's given a name. It's called slope intercept form. But I'm curious. I never learned any other forms in school, so I'm kind of curious, like, how many different forms there are that are like standard forms for expressing the equation for a line. That I just didn't know existed because everything's always framed using this one form. I don't know, I just thought it was interesting. It's also possible that they teach it differently in different areas of the United States as well. I don't actually know for certain that the slope intercept form that I learned is consistently taught. I just know that it was taught
No room.
when I took algebra. Okay, temporary accuracy. I guess we can throw that on you. We don't need it on anybody else.
We don't need it.
Remove
Well,
fear.
it's good to have. No room.
No room. No room.
Probably swap to. This is fine. Our inventory is not getting dangerously overfilled. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. So we can't learn this until we get promoted, unfortunately. We won't be able to get the master of those. Can we get master mind though? Already? Yeah, we can get mind. So we can get access to master mind immediately, and that'll be nice and convenient. Considering that we're doing a spellcaster run, do we want to do dark side? Because casters are evil? Just sort of intrinsically? That could be fun. Yeah, I think we might. I think we do caster run, or sorry, I think we do dark side this time. I think that'll be fun. So unfortunately, I need you to cast Featherfall. I then need you to cast. I guess we don't need to cast Water Walking. What's the worst that could happen? As we approach closer and closer to this target, oh, this is a boss. Oh no, we made some mistakes. I didn't notice this was a boss. Oh, it's crossing the river, so it's going to regen a bunch of its HP back, and we're in a bad position actually. I want to get it farther away from the actual riverbed. Oh, I can cross the river here. Okay, we're fine. I think we have enough space. Oh. Okay, we're going to not kill it over the river. We're going to try to get ourselves over to here. And then once it's crossed the river completely, we can start beating into it again. Okay, it's never going back over the river. Oh, fuck. I keep running into these slopes at the exact wrong moment. Oh no! Come in. Okay. Okay. We have no mana, which is a concern, but it's okay. It's out of HP. We got there. Okay, save this. We are at 12:34. I think I might start up stream early tomorrow and do some technical setup. See if I can figure out what's causing the artifacting problem. Change up some of my settings and make sure that everything's working. I think that's how I'm going to do it, because I have a bunch of stuff that I need to do today. I in addition to the stuff that I already had to do, because I dropped that glass earlier, I need to basically I need to wipe up the floor to get as much of the little particulates as I can, and then I need to wait for it to dry and vacuum the floor to get up whatever isn't getting picked up by the other thing. And then once I do that, I then need to mop it and throw away the mop head and get a new mop head. And the hope is that between all of those things, I will get all of the glass. That's the hope. But man, did that thing shatter wildly. Like I'm still shocked. I've never seen something shatter into such inopportune shards. Okay, that is everything over here. We can clear the... How are we doing on EXP? We should need only like about a half a level. We might get overkill here, honestly. It's not 2 o'clock yet, so I think we can do Archimage. And we have exactly 7, so we're not going to do this. We're going to tag Troll Trainer. And we will do this and follow it up with Miners. Okay, we can tag an Orc. And then I guess we do a Gemstone Flaw because we don't have anything better to do right now. We're going to tag Dwarves. And then if my dungeon's less than their dungeon, we get +1 dungeon. I don't think I need something like that. I think because all of my stuff is query, I think I'm going to do Motherlode first. And then from there, we can follow up with Crystal Rocks. That gives us a decent bit of thinger. My tower is currently less than the enemy tower, so let's do the Bag of Baubles just for funsies. That is not optimal for me. Let's see. We're going to tag Focus Designs. Okay, we can start doing a little bit of chip into their tower. Love the fairy play right now. We need to get +1 query more than we do anything else. Unfortunately, we're going to struggle to win this. Well, we did just put them back a considerable margin, but they have decent income. I don't think we're super likely to be able to win this unless they get really bad luck. They just got 2 quartz in a row. That's funny. Let's see. Tag the big wall. But yeah, unfortunately, all I'm getting is wall. It's just wall for days. And then they get a switch. That's delightful. I'm going to go ahead and use an imp because I need to do something. Could I please get a tower increasing thing that doesn't increase their tower? Oh my god. We got so boned there. I just cannot get anything that leads to any victory condition. I'm like not getting any damage. I'm not getting anything that like hurts the enemy. It's just like, okay. Okay. That's pretty solid for me because I have decent recruit income. So we can actually Smoky Quartz into Crystallize here. We don't have any wall anyway. So we can build foundations now. And we can do a Goblin Mob. That did 10 damage to me. That's rough, but that's okay. We got them down as well, and then we take a shit ton of damage straight up. Life is sad. That's fine. Okay, rude. Let's see. They don't have any gems to steal, so I don't think there's any reason to do that. I don't think there's any reason to use Elven Archers right now. I think we're going to stockpile for Warlord. We'll just do the Gemstone Flaw. Then we pop the Warlord. That does a decent bit of damage. And we just keep doing damage to their tower, even though we don't necessarily... I lose 10 bricks if I use Query's help. I think I do this, because I have plenty of bricks right now. Lose 5 recruits is a definite no from me. Do I want to grab the gems by strip mining? I don't have a thing to combo that with. We can go ahead and do this. That'll stop them from doing... Jesus, they have 7 gem income? Man, I need parity. Let's see here. I can do this and follow it up with Elven Archer. Nope, we can't follow it up with Elven Archers now. Okay, we need a little bit more tower. So we just need to get a plus... Never mind, we need more than what I was going to say. And let's see. We can lose some recruits at this point to get our wall up. Oh, thank you for throwing that away. We're going to go ahead and toss this dragon out. And we can toss out a crystal shield. And pump our tower by 1. And I gain gems by doing this. I'm tempted to do this. I think I'm just going to tag the wolf though. Okay, we have Elven Archers. We're just going to tag them to get the damage into the tower. We could do Berserker. They have so many gems. But I think we're going to tag Spellweavers for now. They do a switch. I do not love that for me. I think we strip mine now. We're at a point where the game is nearing an endpoint of some kind. There we go. Okay. It's just a matter of whether they get a couple of cards that they need in time or if I do. Okay, so that is set. And we have about a third of a level, I think, before we can do the thing. I think I'm going to clear out... I'm going to clear out the big pack over here first, and then we can worry about the other pack. I think that's the way I want to handle this. Because I don't think I'm going to get a third of a level from just killing enemies here. Let's see. We don't want to go into Arathia Castle itself for now. Oh shit, you're way closer to me than I thought you were. I don't have the right spell cast. Oh boy. Okay, concerning. Okay. So that went fairly smoothly. Then one of the nice things about the casters is that we really can just pull just giant swarms all at once, and it's all fine. Like, it can be a problem, to be sure, but in general, it's not really that big an issue, because as long as I have mana, I can move backward faster than they can move forward. The key is there that it's only as long as I have mana. Once I start running out of mana on any of my characters, my attacks slow down to the point where that's no longer the case. What the what is that acceleration? What the hell happened? What happened with those sparks? Okay, I'm probably gonna die here because I can't really get range on these. You know what? Never mind. We got range. Okie dokie. Easy peasy and a little bit cheesy. So, next on our agenda is to attack this. Okay, so we've actually gotten way more experience off of that pack than I expected to. So we might actually be able to get the experience we need just off of killing these on their own. It makes me feel like I might be better off going after the Griffins, honestly. The Griffs are more EXP per map completion. So it would allow me to get... There we go. We got the bolster level up to 22. Perfect. Okay, so we can head back to Might and Magic 8 now. We don't need to do anything else here. We can loot this, I guess. And loot these. We're not going to kill these enemies. You know what? I'm going to fear you. Yeah, you better run. Okay, you didn't run. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's fine. Rude. I'm going home. You're mean. Let's see. So, what time is it? It is 4:07. I would like to get food before we travel. But I guess I can just travel and then cast Cure Weakness. We have it, right? We do have it. Yeah, well, I guess, actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just train. We can travel and then we can train. So let's do that. Let's go travel. We can train. And then that'll be it for today. I think. We've made, an okay amount of progress. We didn't, nothing too crazy. Just, just a little bit of good work done. So let's just go over here and get things done. Yeah, we got through 3 dungeons today, right? I believe. Ancient Temple, Library. Yes, we got through 3 dungeons. We got through the bulk of Erathia's exterior. And we are well on our way toward getting some of the stuff done. Bolster level in Might Magic 8. So we're going to Might Magic 8. Is this 8? This is Emerald. Any other skills we need to train here? I don't think so. And in Might Magic 8, we will be clearing out a dungeon in this zone. Oh, actually, we might not be clearing out a dungeon at all. Now that I think about it. We have Prophecies of the Snake to turn in. Do we have any other quests to turn in? Shield clips. No, I don't think we do. Actually, we do. We have deliver Felmoon's blackmail letter to Arian Hunt. Right, we have that quest. How are we going to handle that? I think we're going to just try to jump in there, and we're going to try to de-aggro all of those enemies. We're just going to try to burst through that area. We should be less tanky, probably, relative to them than we were last time, which is not how I would like it to be, but that's, you know, that's just life. We can try to get Stone Skin cast, and yeah, let's try to do that. Let's make the run to try to get that done, because that's something that is fast. We have 9 minutes left before we're supposed to be ending stream, so it would be nice to be able to clear that. Also, I should probably file a bug report of some sort regarding that. Okay, jump across here. Somebody's unconscious, but they're not dead. Okay, we're jumping across here. Oop, and somebody's dead. Okay. So we are going to just be trying. Which direction is it? Is it this way? I think it's this way. It's not this way, it's the other way. Okay. We went the wrong way. That's fine. It makes a degree of sense to cast protection from water. Shit. Fuck. Okay. Okay. And for those who were not here for the earlier parts, the reason that we're not killing these is because we already have. These are not supposed to respawn, but for some reason they did. So what I'm trying to do, I assume the reason they respawned has to do with the fact that this is a place where these basically become guards as opposed to like enemies eventually. So they presumably like respawn as a result of that. But they weren't supposed to respawn when they did, to be certain, because they're still hostile to me because I haven't done that quest. I didn't go in and talk to the person. So I basically am going to have to clear... I'm going to have to either clear through the dungeon again, which I do not want to do. That's not how I want to approach this. Or I'm going to have to just like run through the dungeon. Now, there's a couple of options for how to do that. The first option is that I could do it this way. The other option is I could just wait until I get invis and then invis my way through the dungeon. And I think I might end up just doing that. I think somebody just got diseased. Yes, somebody just got diseased. But I have access to the Cure Disease Fountain, so it's not like the end of the world. We're going to make a few more attempts at this, but honestly, I don't know that I'm going to be finding a clever solution to the... Actually, maybe I can. Because they're all pre-aggroed, right? So if I could get them to like come into this room, like if I could pull more of them to me. This is the wrong side to be on, actually, but that's okay. If I could pull more of them into this room, but if I try to do that, then I'm just going to get them locked in this doorway, and they're just going to kill me in the doorway. So I really don't know that there's going to be a clever thing to do. I think it is mostly just going to be running straight through a swarm of enemies that we are not really equipped to handle. Yeah, I think we're going to have to come back to that when we have more tools in our arsenal. I'm going to remove Stone Skin before I forget, because we don't want to have more buffs cast than we need. I'm not going to clear that dungeon twice, right? The fact that that dungeon respawned is something where I'm not willing to clear it twice. Progress toward Incinerate is at 88%, so when we get to Grand Mastery, we'll get that immediately, it looks like. So we can spend our skill points right now if we want, but I don't know that I want to do that now. I think I maybe do that at the start of next stream when I'm doing my inventory management. So, the next thing that we'll be doing is probably turning in a quest, but I'm not sure I want to do that. The thing that we might end up doing next is this temple here. I think I'm going to try it. I think it'll be fun to try, but this is going to give me a lot of loot, and I'm realizing that I've really filled up my inventory, so no. We are going to do inventory management and that kind of shenanigans at the start of next stream. I've been putting it off for a very long time. My inventory is completely full. It's a problem. And we can deal with that easy peasy. Then we'll make an attempt at the cheese temple, because I think that those are fun, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out on this party compared to the previous party. On the previous party, I would sort of like jump into that first room and then try to like run through it. On this party, I think I might try to burn through that initial group without trying to run through it. We'll see what happens, but I think that might be how we're going to handle that. But anyway, that is going to be it for today, so thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure streaming for you today, and I hope to see you again next time when we'll be hopefully making some good progress. Later, folks.